Hi guys, welcome to my YouTube channel. In this tutorial, we are going to be building a to-do list with countdown timer, and we are going to be using ElectronForge, TypeScript, React JS, and other libraries such as Zustand, daisyUI, and also we are also going to be using TypeScript. And this is the app that we are going to be building in this tutorial. Let's check it out. So I'm going to add some tasks. The first thing I do in the morning, and first of all, let's just add just 5 seconds for testing, and then I work out, then it's 5 seconds. You can also set hour, minutes, and yeah, but just for the first testing, let's set the seconds to 5 seconds. Yeah, then cook, then code 5 seconds, then code again. Now if I try to enter an alphabet, it's going to tell me that only numbers can be provided, and you're going to see what is going to happen if I try to input the same task that have the same duration and the same title. Yeah, you already set the task, and now let me just increase it to like 7. Yeah, then break 5 seconds. Yeah, and as you can see, the icons here, all the icons are working. And now as I added it here, it is not possible to eat before cooking. You have to cook first before eating. Yeah, so I'm just going to move this cook up. Yeah, the cook has been moved up. And also I can't code like 2 different sessions and take a break after. It does not make sense. So I'm just going to move this down and break, and put the break between the 2 coding sessions. Yeah, and these other icons too are working. Like, let's edit this, cook and sweep. Yeah, and you can also increase the seconds. Let's just increase the seconds to 6. As you can see, the seconds has been increased to 6, and this has also, and you can also, like, the remove button is also working. So let me set it to 5, and yeah, let's remove it. It has been removed. And this is daisyUI. These buttons are daisyUI. Now let's check it out. Now let's start the timer, and let's start the task. Now if I click on this button, it's going to open another window to start the countdown timer, and it is now going to close this window here. Now let's see that in action. Yeah, as you can see, that window has been hidden, and this is now it is now tasked, and it has started, and it also played a sound. It's going to play a sound after the completion of each task. And we can also pause it. Let me pause. In case if something urgent came up that you needed to like attend to, and you don't want it to like interrupt with your timed schedules, you can just pause it, then attend to anything you want to attend to, then come back and resume. Yeah, as you can see, it has resumed. Then after everything is going to, yeah, after everything is going to automatically so it's going to play a sound. It's going to play a like celebration sound after everything. Yeah, this is the sound that it is going to play after the completion of all the tasks. And as you can see, everything is cool. And actually this countdown timer is a component from daisyUI. The countdown timer is a component from daisyUI, and this component to this component too is also from daisyUI. and it is unscrollable. It gets scrolled automatically by the app itself. Now let's go back, and as you can see, when I closed that window, this window opened back. Yeah. And again, we can add like more lengthy like time. You can set more lengthy time. Now let's set that. And instead of having to like close each of these things like one after the other, we can just clear them. And if I click on that clear, it's going to ask me, are you sure you want to clear all tasks? Then yeah, it has cleared them. Now let's add them again. Now I pray for like 1 hour. As you can see, it has added 1 hour 0 minutes 0 seconds. Then workout, let's say 1 hour 30 minutes. Yeah, 1 hour 30 minutes. Then I cook and sweep. Let's say that is like 2 hours 45 minutes. Then I eat. Let's say that is just going to take me like 45 minutes. As you can see, this is 45 minutes. Then I start my first coding session, which is going to take like, let's say 3 hours 30 minutes. Yeah, 3 hours 30 minutes. Then I take a break. Then that is going to be like 45 minutes 30 seconds. Yeah, 45 minutes 30 seconds. Yeah. Then the last one is now going to be another coding session, which is going to take like, let's say just 12 hours 30 minutes. Yeah, 12 hours 30 minutes. Then let's start the tasks. It's going to close that. Yeah. Now as you can see, everything is working well. You can see that this other stuff like this other minutes, hour, and the minute and hour too are working well. And let's just wait for this counts that timer to reach 1. You are going to see that this minute is going to move down to 58. It's going to move down to like, it's going to change to 58 now in 3 2 1. Yeah, as you can see, it's ticked down to 58, and I can also pause it. Yeah. And after completing this 1 hour of prayer, it's going to play a sound to notify me that that session is over. Then it's now going to like move on to like the workout. Then I can also close everything, and it's going to open back this window. Like that window, the window for the countdown timer of the task is a separate window on its own, and this is also a separate window. Yeah, this is what we are going to be doing in this tutorial. Before we move on, if you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel, please subscribe. It motivates me to do more tutorials like this. And we are also going to be seeing this custom header that I did. You see that this header here is different from the native ones on Mac. If you are on other operating systems too, this header, the native header that is always at the top of every applications is not going to be there. This is what is going to be here, and as you can see, I am able to move the app around with this header. Yeah, and the dark mode is also working. Let's check out the dark mode. The dark mode automatically works. Like now, if I change to light mode on my laptop, now it's going to automatically switch to light mode. Yeah, as you can see, it automatically switched to light mode. The second window too is also going to be in light mode. Like if I click on start, yeah, as you can see, the second window is also in light mode. Yeah, let me switch back to dark mode, and it's also going to automatically switch back to dark mode. Yeah. And another cool thing about the other second window is that it is going to draw over other windows. Like for example, let's test it with VS Code now. As you can see, when I open VS Code, this window is still above VS Code. It's still above VS Code. Yeah. If I open Chrome, you see that it's still, the window is still going to be over other software. Yeah, that is the cool effects of this second window. This window does not behave like that. If I click on this, you see that the window is over it. That is the cool effect of like this window, and we are going to be seeing how we can create a window like that in Electron JS or with Electron JS in this tutorial. Yeah, we are going to be using ElectronForge because it makes using React JS in Electron JS easier, and it removes the complexity of having to set up React JS in ElectronForge, because all the configurations comes with ElectronForge pre-configured, including the build configurations and everything. Yeah, if you are new to Electron JS, you can watch my other tutorials on Electron JS. Yeah, let's start. To start using ElectronForge, we are just going to go to the Webpack and TypeScript straight up. We are going to be using the Webpack plus TypeScript templates. Let's copy it and run the code. Now let me talk a little bit about this project directory. I already have an asset folder here that contains just like 2 audio files that we are going to be using as the like something like ringtone in our application. That's the only thing that this asset folder contains. Now let's use this command line to run our app, and we are going to be calling the app Taco. I don't know why I'm calling it Taco, but that's just the name I want to give our application. And yeah, I'm expecting an error here because of the version of the Webpack TypeScript. Yeah, so I'm just going to use this version. If you also face this error, all you just need to do is just run, instead of latest, just replace it with the any version that is here. Yeah, now it's going to work. It's not going to work because it has already created the directory, and it's going to give me that error that it has already created the directory. Now let's rerun it. Now it is going to go on and install and configure the application. Now let's go and talk about the other libraries that we are going to use in this tutorial. We are going to be using daisyUI, which is just like a plugin for TailwindCSS, and it makes TailwindCSS a lot easier, and it reduces the long classes that you write when you are using TailwindCSS. Actually, this tutorial is not sponsored by daisyUI, in case you are thinking this tutorial was sponsored by daisyUI. I just like the daisyUI because it provides some easy to work with components, and we are going to install it during the installation section. And we are also going to be using TailwindCSS and also file loader. Yeah, so I'm just going to skip to the time that the app has finished installing and initializing. The app has finished initializing and installing the initial dependencies. Now the next thing is, let's go on and install all the dependencies that we need for this tutorial. next is let's configure our application, and we are going to start from Tailwind. Now the next thing we need to do is to create a post.css file, which we are just going to paste this inside it. Then we also need to open our application in VS Code. Yeah, and I also need to move into it here. Now next is I'm just going to create a new file called post.css.config.mjs. Next, let's import TailwindCSS in our CSS file, which is inside the SRC. Yeah, I'm just going to remove this and set margin 0 pixel, padding 0 pixel. Then that is all for TailwindCSS, and the only thing we need to do for daisyUI is just to import the plugin below TailwindCSS import statement, and that is all for daisyUI and TailwindCSS. Next, file loader. Let's configure file loader and okay, first of all, let's configure file loader. So I'm just going to grab this and go inside the webpack.renderer.config.cs. Then I'm just going to duplicate this CSS rule and I'm going to replace it with the object that I copied from there. Then I'm going to replace this, instead of PNGs, I'm going to replace them with wave and mp3, and we don't need GIF. Yeah, then we also need to set the directory. Okay, let's just leave this out for now. Then next is let's configure the CSS loader, post CSS loader for Tailwind. Yeah, I think that should be all. Okay, I think what I was trying to remember is options. The name is going to be then output path. And that's going to be src/assets. Now I'm going to copy this asset folder from the previous directory to the current directory, to the src folder with recursive folder assets, then to src. Yeah, that's been copied, and I think that is all for the configurations. Let's see if we need to configure anything here. We don't need to configure anything. Oh, I forgot to install this instead of this. We need Lucid React instead of the normal Lucid. Yeah, there is no other configurations for Lucid, and that is all for the configurations. Now the next thing is let's open our application and preview it. npm start. Yeah, the app has launched and the app is now running. Now let me change the direction of the position of the console. And next, let's configure the React JS all we just need to do is just to create an app.tsx file. Then I'm just going to copy. Let's go to the framework integration section, then React with TypeScript, because we are using TypeScript. And sorry, we need to install these two, React and React DOM, then the types for both of them. Now I'm just going to close the app, and all we just need to do is just let me copy this, then paste it in the app.tsx. Now we are getting this error that we need to set the JSX config in our TS config. So that's going to be JSX, then React JSX, and if I save it, the error is going to go. Now let's create a new file. Actually, in this tutorial we are just going to be using just one component for everything we are doing. Yeah, because we are actually not doing much in this tutorial. It's not supposed to be types React, then export default React dot memo pops any, then return then next is let us inside the app.tsx, and I forgot to mention that in this tutorial I'm going to be exporting all my components this way, and I will also be naming the file like with the name of the components. Then let's replace this with main components. And that is all. Then one more thing is we need to import the app here. Import app, and that's all. And we also need to remove this, let's just skip it because I want to use it to for an analogy. Sorry, I'm not sure if there's any word like that. I just want to use it to explain something. As you can see that when the app opened, it first of all showed blank, then it showed a white screen, then it showed the index.html, then finally it showed this React view. We can fix that by now. Let me now talk about this index.cs. If you are new to React JS, you can watch my tutorial on Electron JS for beginners, in which I spoke more about this index.cs, but it is essential to explain what the index.cs does. Now in Electron JS there are two separate processes, the main process and the renderer process. The main process is this index.cs that can communicate with the operating system, that can use the operating system APIs through Node.js, and the renderer process is the UI that you are looking at, or the browser context. And the renderer process and the renderer process does not have access to what the main process have access to, and the main process does not have access to what the renderer process has access to. Now for them to communicate, we are going to be using something called IPC renderer, and we are going to get to when we are going to be talking about this preload.ts, because this preload.ts is used to bridge the gap between the index.ts and the renderer process. And now let's talk about the index.ts. Now as you see that what I explained, based on what I explained, to fix that, we are going to set show false. We are going to set our app to not automatically show by default. Then we are now going to listen to an event. May we do dot on ready to show. Now when it is ready to show, then we are now going to manually show our app dot show. Yeah, that is going to fix that. And again, we also need to remove this header. Okay, let me just call it header. This header here, we also need to remove it, and because we need to create our own header. Now to remove this header, I'm just going to set this option to frame, then false. Then now if we set the frame to false, it's also going to remove these buttons. And to show these buttons on Mac, you just need to do something like main window dot set window button visibility. Then that's not going to be true, but we are just going to be creating our own custom close app button. And yeah, I think that is all for that. Now let's reload the app and you are going to see the changes now. Yeah, as you can see, you didn't see that effect that I explained, and you also didn't see the flash of this content inside the body. Now we can just simply remove it, but the issue has been fixed and you will never see those contents when your app is running. And also, secondly, you notice that this header has now disappeared and there's no button. There are no those traffic light buttons. They are gone now. Now it is now left to us to implement our own app dragger. I'm currently using the tip or the edge of the app to drag it now. And yeah, let's go to the next thing. And if you notice that the text inside the body is white, and that's because I'm using dark mode on my system and it is automatically using dark mode. And I think that is because we are using daisyUI. If I comment out daisyUI, let's see. As you can see, there's no automatic dark mode. And to do the dark mode, I will have to do some configuration in TailwindCSS. But since I did this, automatically daisyUI is automatically doing the dark mode feature for us. And if I come to this place and switch off the dark mode, so display, then if I switch off the dark mode, you are going to see that the app automatically switches to light mode. And let me switch it on, and as you can see, it switched back to dark mode. That is cool thing about daisyUI. Next, let's go to the next thing, which is going to be the header. Let's create an header. And also, because I want to use the default operating system's dark mode background color, which is going to be like this. Now to do that, I'm just going to come to index.css, then HTML and the body background color. Then important. Yeah, as you can see, it is now using the operating system's background color. Yeah. Now let's go to the next thing, which is going to be, this is the main container. Then I'm going to set the height to 100 VH. It is going to be width of 100% automatically, and let's debug it by set the background color to 600, to red 600. If you are not familiar with Tailwind CSS, you can just go to Tailwind home documentation and just read a bit about it. It's not that complicated. It's just, if you're familiar with Bootstrap CSS, it's just more like Bootstrap CSS, but with Tailwind you'll be writing the real CSS as a class name. Yeah, that is the difference between Tailwind CSS and Bootstrap. And now yeah, that is that. Now let's check it out. As you can see, it is now it is now background color of red, and it is now showing us that it is full screen. Now next is, let us create two grid containers. First of all, let's write the grid CSS, then grid goals, and that's now going to be I want the first container to be 200 pixel, then the other container should take, the second container at the right should take the rest of the space after the first container has taken 200 pixel. Then grid rows, the two of them is going to be 1 FR. Then I can just simply create two containers here. Then let me give both of them different background color just for debug. BG yellow 600, and this one is going to be blue. And let's check it out. Yeah, as you can see, it is now the background color that we want. And now let's create an header. Let's create an header that is going to be full, or that is going to be like the app dragger. Then and with this, I'm going to add a new column to the list of grid calls. So that is going to take 1 FR, that is 100% row. Is going to take a full 100% row. Then this is also going to take just 20 pixel. Then the rest of these ones are going to take 1 FR, the rest of the space there. Yeah, and this is, I can give this BG in 600. Yeah. Something is not working well. I need to give the header a full col span. So that's going to be col span full. Yeah. And then so it's just going to be just two columns, the 200 pixel, then 1 FR, then also two rows, 20 pixel, then 1 FR. The 20 pixel, the first 20 pixel is declaring the height of the header, and the other 1 FR says the second column that these other containers are going to take. They are going to take the remaining full height of the second column. Yeah, then this is now going to be the first column here is going to take 200 pixel. Then this one is now going to take the rest of the space. Then this is now going to take the 200 pixel and the space for the 1 FR, which is full. Yeah. that is it. Then let's just increase the height a bit to 30 pixel. Then next is I want to like reduce the width and height of this container. Then next is I want this to be able to drag the app around. Then next is let's go into the index.css, then dot header. Then to drag the app, to make this container drag the app around, all we have to just do is to set WebKit app region and set it to drag, and that is all. No custom no custom JavaScript or whatever to drag the app around. And then user select, let me set user select to none, because the browser might think we are trying to select something when our key is down and we are moving the app around. The app might think we are trying to select something. So let's set user select to none. Then now if I drag it, as you can see, it is now dragging the app around. With just a single line of CSS, we can drag the app around. Yeah, that's it. Now next is in the index.ts, let's reduce this to the width to 500. Then this is now going to be I think 450, or let's just set it to 400. Then now let's reload the app. As you can see that you did not see the flash, the white background flash and other flashes. The only thing you saw is just the app UI, and that is the work of this show force and this one that is here. Now next, let's go to next thing. The next thing is going to be let's set our app title and a button to close our app. And let's go to the app main components. Then there's going to be a button here, div, and this is going to be let's use the X new side icon. (20 pixel), then height of 20 pixel. Yeah, and we can just simply uninstall the core USide that we installed by mistake. Yeah, and that's that. Then this is just going to position absolutely. Let me give it background color of green, just for test. Then flex. Okay, let's check it out. Okay, okay, we need to set this container to display relatively. Then let's give it a width of 30 pixel. Then flex, justify, center, items, center. Yeah, cool. Now let's remove this background color here. This background color, then let's replace it with border bottom 0.5 pixel, then border stone border stone 400 on light mode, then on dark mode border stone 600. Yeah, that's that. Then let's remove the background color of this too, including the background color of this one too. Yeah, then the background color of this. Yeah, and we can even make it more dimmer. Border stone 900. Yeah, it makes sense that way. Then next, let's work on the sections. And in this container, I'm just going to make this container flex, then justify, center, align, no, items, center. Yep. Then div, then this is now going to be it's also going to be flex, but flex direction. Flex direction is going to be column. Or just flex scope. Then first item is now going to be div dots text Excel. Add task. No. Yeah, add task. Then next is now going to be then margin button 2. The next is now going to be the form container. Okay, I'm just going to like create a span or just div then title class name is going to be text sm and pct 70 then input, let's use input. We're using daisyUI's input. Then I want to remove the outline. Okay, before removing the outline, let's just preview it. Then this is going to be yeah, let's check that out. Yeah, then let's style this. First of all, if you click on it, you see that it has one outline. Let's remove the outline first. Focus. The outline should be set to 0 pixel. Then the height, that should be 25 pixel. Or let's just okay, 30 pixel. Then the border when focused should be 0 pixel, and I think that the background color transparent. Then border bottom 1 pixel. Rounded 0. Yeah, cool. Or let's remove this title. Okay, I'm just going to comment it out. Then it should be title, then text center. Task title. Yeah, cool. Then this should also be text center. And now I'm just going to duplicate this. Then duration. Now let's create the time picker. Yeah. Space x 4. Let's turn the border back to it. But you should still have a transparent background. Yeah, then width, let's give it 25, and this should be 3 times. And this is now going to be the first one is going to be HH, then the second one is going to be minutes, then the last one is going to be seconds. Yeah, cool. Then let's reduce the width to 15. Nope. thought this was sweet. Now let's increase it. Yeah, nice. And this should have margin top of 4. Yeah, that's all. Then I think we need to give this, and we also need to increase the border of these to 700. Let's increase the color to 700. Border right 0.5 pixel. Then same background of this. Yeah, cool. Nice. This should have margin bottom 2. Yeah, nice. Oh, we forgot to install Zustand. Let me quickly install Zustand. For the TypeScript configuration, I'm going to scroll to the end of the page. Before that, let me just briefly explain what Zustand does. Zustand is like a replacement for Redux toolkit, or it can replace Redux toolkit. It is not a replacement per se, but it can replace. It can be used instead of Redux toolkit, and the state is mutable, unlike Redux toolkit. And also it is a little bit easier, and it does not have boilerplate, unlike Redux toolkit too. Yeah, so we are going to be using Zustand in this tutorial, and for the TypeScript configuration, I'm just going to scroll to the end of the page here and just copy this stuff here, and we are also going to be using the let me just create a new folder called shared. Then in it, I'm just going to create a new file called zot.store.ts. Yeah, then I'll also create a new file called types.ts. Yeah, then I'm going to move this bare state from here to types. And before that, let me quickly explain what is here. And to initialize Zustand, you are going to use the create function. Then we don't need this dev tool. Then this persist is going to persist any state that we set here inside the Redux inside the local storage, and it is going to use the name property that we set here. And let me just change this to main states. Let me change this to main states. Then if you are new to Redux toolkit, you can to Zustand, you can just go to the Zustand documentation, just read a bit about it. Yeah, and this is the state, and this is the setter, a setter function for this base state. And actually, in Zustand, to create a state, all you just have to do is just create let's just create a random state and then set the value. Then to change this particular state, you're just going to create a method just like this, then passing whatever you want to pass, you want to set this state to. Then you're now going to use the set method, this set method that was passed in as an argument here. Then you are now going to use it to set the state. This is this state here is not compulsory. If you don't need it, just remove it. Then next, let's just create this, and I'm going to change it to I main state. And as I've said, Zustand is going to be persisting our states for us. So this is going to be tasks, then it's going to be an array, then export type t task, then this is now going to be title string, then duration number. Yeah, then this is now going to be array of tasks. Now for increase, for the increase method, because we don't want to be creating separate method for each of the states, because to update this random state that I created here, we have to create a separate method for it, like update rand, something like that. Then we are going to pass something like this to it. Also, I don't want to be creating separate methods like this, so because of that, I'm just going to be changing this to set state, then the title of the state that you want to set, then value, which is now going to be any, then void. Yeah, then now the title is now going to be because of that, I'm just going to separate the states, export type t main states. Yeah, task. Then I hope this is going to work. No, it's not going to work. Okay, let's just change this to interface. Then let's remove this, and I can now extend this. Then I also need to export this to export I main states. Then this is going to be let me just change this to internal. Yeah, then the type is now going to be key of. So when we try to provide this title, the text editor is going to give us the int with the key of this type here. Yeah, then let's come back here, then set this to I main state. Yeah, then let's remove, okay, don't let us remove them yet. Then this is now going to be tasks, array of task, then set state, then we are now going to be using switch. It's going to be title, then value, then switch title. Then we are going to see that we are going to get an int task. If it is task, we don't need this state, the state, then task, then passing the value to it. Yeah, and that is all for that. Now we don't need these dev tools, as I've said, and that is all for Zustand. Then now we also need to export the Zustand state. Now next thing is let's undo the error for this one, because we only want the user to be able to enter only numbers inside this text input fields. Now let's undo that. And before that, okay, let's create state. Our set our React dot use state, and that's number, then that's 0. Just duplicate. Yep. Then we are going to be using React dot use callback. Now this is going to take in the, let's just pass in title. This is going to be either hour or minutes or second. You can even set it hour or minutes or second. Then the value, which is expected to be number, which is expected to be number. Then if let us create a regesp. Not text value. No, it's expected to be string. Yeah. Then we are just going to set the error const error set error. Set error. Then first of all, we are going to set the error to, then here we are now going to set the error to you can just return this. Then if title is hour, then set hour. Pass its hour. Then same thing to minutes. If it is second, set second. Yeah. Now let's pass it to this. on key up. That's not going to be current targets as HTML elements. No, HTML input element dot value. Yeah. Then now if there is any error, then we can just text excess, then text red 800. No, text red 300. Then on dark mode is going to be text red 800. And this is not going to take in error. Yeah. Now if you try to enter, if you try to enter D, as you can see, now let's increase the brightness of the red. Let me reduce it to, okay, let's leave that at 300. Let's set this to 600. Margin top of 2. Yeah. I'm not sure if we can restrict this. Then this is going to be minutes, then second, $59, then max. This does not have any max. I'm not sure this is going to work, but it's not going to work because it is not the number type, so it is useless. Then let's add the check here and pass int value is less than 60 for both of them. Okay, let's set value to mean to the states. So I'm setting the value to the states. Yeah. Yeah, let's try it out. 60. Nah. let's log it. Power, then value. Then I'm just going to bring this up. It seems this is going to be key down. If that's what we are going to do, if that's what we want to do, then I think it should be key down. Yeah, cool. I think the unchanged event is the best to use with it. I think that's that. Yeah, let's check this out. 40 hours. Okay, let's do something. If the value is 0, let's display something else. If value equals 0, let's display an empty string. Else yeah, cool. Yeah, as you can see, it is displaying when the value is 0. Now it is displaying this. Then let's just pass in 90 hour here. Then let's try to pass in 90 hour here. As you can see, we could not enter 90 hour, and if it is not backspace, let's log the value. We don't want to match for backspace. We don't want to match for backspace. Okay, empty string. Okay, no, it's not backspace. Sorry, it is empty string, and value is not equal to empty string. Yeah, 90. Then we pass in f. It's going to give us. It's going to show this error. Then you can pass in 40. Then okay, let's add another test here. Or value equal to, if value is empty string and it is less than 60. Yeah, 90 60 is not going to do anything, and we can not the number. Okay, let's undo these two. Value, if value is empty string, then just pass in the value, else, or just pass in 0. Yeah, cool. Yeah, 90 hours, then 40 that we can set back, then 30 minutes, then 30 seconds. Yeah, then let's add a button here. Let's add a button. That's going to be button. Let's go to TailwindCSS and copy button style. Okay, let's just come to this place and use the button. Button primary. Let's use this. Then this is now going to be add task. Yeah. Then you can just add a plus icon. Yeah, cool. And that is that. Okay, let's just leave that. Then if there's an error, then the error is not going to be an empty string. Disabled error is not an empty string. Yeah, as you can see, the add task has now been disabled, but we passing this, then it's going to be enabled back. Yeah, and now let's do add task. Then we're also going to be, because we are just going to be using just a single component in this tutorial, and we might use another component, but I'm not sure. We are going to be creating all the states in this component, and the next thing is let's create undo add task. Dots use callback. Yeah, and task. No, we're not going to be passing in anything. I'm just going to create a title here, title, then set title. That is going to be a string. Then title and change set title, just the same thing as this. Yeah, cool. Then I'm just going to pass in the title, hour, minute, seconds as dependencies. Then now we need Zustand. As T task. Yeah, we need Zustand set state to add the item to our state. Then let's also get, that's going to be use main state tasks. And that's that. Let's pass that as dependency too. Then now our set states, then that's going to be set states. Yeah, we are just going to get the function the same way we got our states. Then there's going to be set state here, which is going to take tasks. As you can see, we got an int from the editor. Then now const task, then title. The title is going to be this title. Then duration. Now let's calculate duration. What's duration? Const h, the hour. Let's convert the hour to an actual hour. Hour times 60 minutes make 1 hour. Then 60 seconds make 1 minute. Then 1000 milliseconds make 1 second. 1 second in 60 times, that's 1 minute. Then minutes in 60 times, that's 1 hour. Then times whatever the hour value is. Then the minute is now going to be, I'm just going to set it to m. Then that's now going to be minutes. This is minutes. 60 seconds make 1 minute. Then times minutes. Then hour. The hour is going, seconds. The second is now going to be just times 1000. Then everything is now going to be, the duration is now going to be h plus m plus s, the hour plus minutes plus second. Then duration, then task, tasks, then add the task to the list of tasks. Yeah, and that's that. And we are also going to be seeing why and how Zustand is mutable. We are going to be mutating Zustand states directly. Now undo add task. If you click on this button, we are just going to add the task. On click, undo add task. Yeah, then I just want to log this task. Yeah, I don't want to set, let's disable this button if hour is, if any of these values are empty. Oh, sorry. If they are 0, yeah, if any of them are zeros, or if all of them are 0, then it's going to disable. And I think I should just move that down, like increase the height of the window. Yeah. Now as you can see, the button is disabled until let's make the hour like 1 hour, then add task. Now there's title, which is an empty string, and there's now this 36 3.6 million milliseconds. Yeah, and now let's check the network, and let's check application. Now let's check the local storage. You see that the state has been set. Now check this main state, and let me increase it more. The value has been set to Zustand has set the value of the state that we just set now to local storage. Yeah, that is what Zustand persist does. Now let us also restrict it that there must be the title must not be an empty string too. Let's go to application. Okay, this is application. Let's clear the local storage. Let's delete it. Yeah, then let's clear this up. Now if we set 1 hour, as you can see, you can't click the button. Let's add the title. This is going to be workout. Then now we can now add the task. Title, workout, then duration. This is it. Now after adding a task, we are going to display the task on this side. Then let's do that quick. Let's create a div dot flex, then flex scope. Then there's now going to be a list item dot lists, then dot list item. Yeah, then this is going to be flex. Yeah, it's going to be flex, then justify between, then list item. This is not a list item. This is going to be a flex, then flex scope. It's going to contain 2 divs. Then the first is going to be the title. Let's say workout. Then this is now going to be the duration 1 hour 20 minutes. 1 hour 20 minutes. Then there's going to be another div here, which is now going to take in icons. Then this is going to be an X, which you can give class name of 20 pixel, height 20 pixel. Yep. Yeah, then we can duplicate this, then add another one. Then let's add class name space x2. Then edit, which is going to be pen. Yeah. Then we can also rearrange tasks. Let's add 2 buttons here. Angle up. Okay, let's just use arrow up, then arrow down. Yeah. Then this is going to be flex 1. It's going to take most of the space. Then let me just use this to set text excess. Then let's set opacity to this one. Opacity 70. And I think let's make this bold. Semi bold, and that's all. No. Flex. And let's reduce this width and height to 14. And now next is flex row. Then there should be padding P4. Yeah. Then I want to do something with TailwindCSS, in which border width. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. That is divide y, which we are going to use for all the lists. Divide y 0.5 pixel. Then border stone 800. Now no, this should be, in fact this padding too should be inside this container. And this can be here. Then let's duplicate, or let's create a separate file for this. Let's create a separate file for it in the shared task list react.memo. Then return let us copy this and paste it there. Then down. Then next let's duplicate it multiple times and let's check it out. Yeah, as you can see, the border bottom is showing. Okay, we are going to use divide instead of border. Divide stone 800. Then space y 4. Yeah. Then now let's make this overflow. We don't want our app to overflow. Yeah. Then there should be overflow auto here. No, yeah. Overflow auto. Yeah. Then we don't need this this stuff here. Let's remove it with let's come to the index.css. Then now it is not working. Let's just move on to the next thing instead of wasting time trying to style a scroll bar. And that's that. Now let's make all these buttons work. Then let's come back to the shared components. Then let's add some paddings to this pad element. Then on over the BG, the background color should be stone 700. Then dark. On dark mode, it should be BG stone 700. Sorry, I made a mistake here. It should be 400. Okay. Contents stats. I'm not sure if that is gonna work. line content starts. Then let me reduce the space X. Let's reduce the padding. Okay, I don't want to be debugging CSS, so I'm just going to set overflow X hidden. Yeah, and that is all for that. Now next is let's actually make all these things work. Then we are going to display them based on these tasks, and because we might have a large number of tasks, so I'm just going to create a task memo, a memoized task React dots use memo. Then I think that was all. Just passing task, then as a dependency tasks. Okay, the tasks should be above it. Then tasks memo. Then now we are now going to use the task memo to list out the items dot map. Yeah, now here we are going to be accepting item. We are going to accepting pops, which is going to be okay, let's accept data. Then that's going to be T item, no, T list, no, T task. Then remove callback. Let's call that remove CB. And on click remove CB. Then let's pass in data that's going to be pops dot remove CB. Then we also need the index. Yeah, then this is now going to be data dot pops dot data dot title. Then the duration, let's create a new file called functions. Const friendly time. Then that's going to be duration. Now const hour equal to duration divided by 60 times 60 times 1000. That's 1 minute, then 1 hour. Yeah. Then const minutes. That's not going to be duration divided by duration minus r times this. Then let's group everything together. Then divided by 60. Divided by 60 times 60. Then const second. Then that's now going to be just the same thing as this. It's going to be removing min times this. Then group everything together. Then divided by 1000. And now we can now return our minutes in second. Yeah. Then let's export it. And now main components. Then no, this. That's not going to be const time friendly time pops dots data dots duration, then time dots r, time dots minutes, then time dots second. Yeah, that's all. Let's check that out. Then data, that's going to be task, then index, then remove callback, const undo remove task. Do index number, undo remove task, then remove callback. Yeah, Then now for this remove callback, we're just going to pass in the task. No, these tasks. Just pass in tasks. Then set states. We are going to use set state. Now we don't really need set state because this tasks is mutable, and this is how we are going to see that it is mutable. Now task dot splice, then index 1. Yeah, now that is all for that. Now let's check out what we just did. Let's check out the application. Let's see the main state. There are 2 items inside the main states. Let's remove that. Then let's try to refresh again. Yeah. Then if there are no tasks, task dot length, which is 0, then let's set the background color of red 600. Then flex, justify, center, items, center. Then span of no tasks added yet. Then let's add class name. Then on dark mode is going to be text stone 700. Now this text tone, if you are new to TailwindCSS, this text tone stuff that I'm using, your text blue, everything, you can check them out under the color section of TailwindCSS. Yeah, this is the particular color set that I'm using, this tone color sets, and this is it. This is the this is 950, and this is 900, 800, 700, 600, 500, and this is 50 here. Yeah, that is how it ranges, and it's the same thing as you can see as it is listed up here. Yeah, it's the same thing for all the colors here, and we can also use any of the colors that is listed here. Yeah, cool. And let's check that out, and that is that. Okay, let's just make it absolute top 50. Okay, let's use calc 50% minus I think that is just going to be minus 10 pixel. Okay, I think we can remove the absolutes and this stop. Yeah. Okay, let's just make this mean height of 8 cvh. Let's make it absolute. Then top calc 50% minus 10 pixel. And let's make this position relative. Let's remove this background color and also this background color here. Yeah. And that's that. Now if we add a new task, let's try to add a new task. Let's add like 2 hours. Then the task title, let's say workout. Then add task. As you can see, the task has been added here. Okay, let's reduce the padding of this so that we are going to create more space, and let's increase the width of this container here. We can do that from this grid area here, and that's going to be 250. Or let's just check it out first. Yeah, I think that makes sense. That makes sense. Now let's test out this thing that I did here and what I said about task being mutable. Now also note that we are using task memo to list out our tasks, and I passed in the task as a dependency for this use memo, and after this has been mutated here, it is also going to be reflected here. Let's check that. That's if I'm actually not saying rubbish. Let's check that out. Okay, it seems I was saying rubbish actually. Let's check it out. The task is still there actually. It's still there. Let's see if it was actually clicked. Let's check it out. Okay. Yeah, it was clicked. Then task. Let's log task. As you can see, the task was mutated. Well, now I think what we just need to do is let's make the mutated task to be reflected in our states. We're just going to pass in the task just like that. Okay, I'm sorry, we are missing task, the title. Yeah, we are just going to pass in the mutated task just like that, and this is impossible to do when you are using Redux toolkit. You are going to get an error if you try to directly mutate a Redux state just the way I am doing it here. You are going to get an error. Now let's try it again. You are going to see that it is going to be reflected. This task is going to be mutated, and we are going to pass it as a value to the state, so that we are going to update the state permanently. Now let's do that. It was not reflected. Let me check that out. Yeah, the task was updated, but it seems it was the use memo. It was the use memo that was not updated. If you check the local storage also, you see that it has now, the task is now an empty array. Yeah, and it means this was mutated. It was mutated, and the set state did not trigger a change in our use memo. Okay, let's do it another way. I'm trying to debug why our state was not mutated to house, then workout. Yeah, okay, we are going to do that later. And now, yeah, the task was not directly mutated, and when we cloned the task and set it directly, it triggered a change in our use memo. Well, we are just going to leave it like this, but the demonstration of the possibility of directly mutating a Zustand state was demonstrated here. Yeah, so now let's move on to the next thing, and let's add task. Now after adding task, I want to clear all these things. Set all, then title ref. Okay, I think I'm just going to directly set the value to the states. Then here, let's pass in key. Then the key is going to be yeah, that's that. Then okay, after this I want to set hour to 0, then minutes to also 0, seconds 0, then title to an empty string. Yeah. Now, to add a new task, let's bring up error. Then let's add the error here. Now, let's check the list of tasks. If tasks dot find task dot title, if it is dot lowercase equal to title dot to lowercase, if it is not equal to undefined, then set error. Something is task.title. Comparison are unintentional because type string and string. Oh, sorry. So we are performing case insensitive comparison here. In case if the user try to like set the same title twice, you already set the task. Yeah. Now because Zustand persists our state, that's why on every refresh this still persists. If we close the app, if we should close the app and reopen the app back, it's still going to be there. Now let's test out what I just did now. Work out. Then let's set 5 hours. Now you already set the task. As you can see, it's telling us that we have already set the task. Yeah. So let's add another one, cook, which should not take us more than 1 hour. Okay, let's undo this too. Yeah. Five. Then let's set it to 6. Then title is going to be cook. No, it's going to be just 1 hour, cook. Yeah. As you can see, there's an automatic borderline here, and that is Tailwind. That is the work of Tailwind. This divide y stuff here. Now let's add some padding to the task list. Padding bottom 2. Yeah, cool. Then let's do editing too. Next is edits. Just for the sake of this tutorial, that is why I'm actually just doing everything in one component, and actually we can do everything we are doing here in one component in a real app also. But if you want a more robust and easily an application that you want to be able to easily read, just separate your components into different components. But For the sake of this tutorial and for the sake of time, I'm just going to be doing everything in one component. Const undo edit task. Then it's just going to take index. Yeah. Then const edit task, current task edit, which is just going to hold the ID of the task that is currently editing, that we are currently editing. Let's set it to -1. Index. Now then I'm just going to copy this thing here. Then everything is going to be now I need to pass const const time equal to friendly time. Then let's pass in the task here, task, so that we are going to be able to get the updated value of this task within this use callback function. So just task dot find no. Instead of that, I'm just going to use index. Then task dot duration. And this is now going to be task dot title. Then our minutes. And this is going to be second. Yeah. Then let's pass that into task list. And I think this list is getting longer. Let's split them into multiple lines. Then that's going to be edit task, edit callback, and let's add that to task list. The passed in index, then that's now going to be make here. Then this is going to do the work. Now let's now do something. If this add task current task edit is greater than -1, if it is greater than -1, then update task else. Now let's create a method, a function called undo update task. That's going to be yeah, then it's just going to be working just the same way as this. Just going to work just the same way as that. Update task. Then let's just copy that. Now we have the current task index, which we set here. Current task edit. Let's just call it current task edit. Now current task edit dot title, no, current task edit index equals to task. That's simple. Then this is going to really update this task, but it might not update in the global task, like it might not update globally in the Zustand state. So that is why we are just going to task const clone tasks. Then clone task equal to task. Then now set state clone task. Okay, sorry, tasks. Then now we are just going to do the same thing as this. Yeah, let's check that out. Yeah, if you click on this edit icon, it's going to, yeah, as you can see, hook and clean. Yeah, update task. Update task. Okay, yeah, this is the issue. Current task index, current task index is greater than -1. If it is greater than -1, then that is going to be undo update task, else undo add task. Yeah, that is what that is going to be doing. Then now, because we've messed up our stuff, let's just clear it off and let's refresh. Yeah, back to console. Then now the first thing we want to do in the morning is we want to work out. Then that is going to take us 2 hours at task. Then next thing is hook, which is going to take us like 1 hour at task. But we also want to clean the floor and clean the room. Let's say the room. Yeah, as you can see, the task was updated. Yeah, now let's do this move up and down. Const undo move up, move task up list. Now there's something I'm going to point out is this icon here. It is not going to be needed if the item is first, is the first item, and this arrow down is not going to be needed here if the item is the last. Yeah, that is why we are going to be removing hiding this icon, or not adding this icon if the item is index 0, and if the item is the last index, we are also not going to be adding this icon here. Yeah, task list. Let's add total. I'm not sure this is performance friendly, but let's test it out. I'm not sure if it is performance friendly. Dot length. Then total items. Yeah, if the arrow down props dot index is less than total items minus 1, then that is when you should show this props dot total items. Yeah, now if index is greater than 0, that is when you should show this props dot index. That is when you should show this. Yeah, let's check that out. Yeah, as you can see, the arrow up icon is not showing here, and the arrow down icon is not showing here. Now if I add another item, the arrow up and down are going to be showing here. Now let's add the next thing, which is going to be go get groceries. Then that can take us like 3 hours and 45 minutes. Okay, I think we are more like indoor. It is an indoor stuff, so that is going to be let's say which can take us like just 45 minutes. Yeah, something I didn't undo something well there, which now math.flow this is going to be math.flow too. Math.flow. Yeah, yeah, this is just 45 minutes 45 seconds. Did I set the second? I forgot. Now, but actually you see that the icon up and down are showing here. Yeah, let's add another one. which is going to be after hitting code, then code. Okay, let's first of all set 50 minutes just to test something. 50 minutes 50 seconds. Why 50 minutes 50 seconds? Oh, okay. There's actually no issues. There's no issues. It's because of this place. It's because of this place. Minutes. It's going to be second. It's supposed to be second. Second. Yeah. Now let's go back to the functions and remove the things that we've destroyed here. Yeah. I think we should like clear the memory again so that everything is going to be, or let's just leave it like that and add a new item which is going to be break code. Then we are going to code for 7 hours. Okay. Okay, let's change the check for, let's change the check for the add task. The task should be if the duration task dot duration, if it is equal to duration, then just return that. Yeah, let's try that code. Then for 50 minutes 50 seconds, 50 minutes 50 seconds. Yeah, you already set the task. Now let's add let's change this to 7 hours. You see that it was added. Now the icon down was not added. Now let's undo the move up and down. Let's do that quick. And I think I should reduce this to HRS. Yeah, that is going to make sense. Okay, cool. Now let's move up and down. Then this is move task down. This is going to get the index. This is also going to get the index. Then for the move task down, let's add new index. It's going to be index plus 1. Okay, index minus 1 because we are moving up. Now let's get the item. Const item equal to Then now let's clone task. Now clone tasks for splice. So then now clone task for splice, new index. I think this should splice in this new item at this index. Now let's check that out. Move task up. Move up CB. That's going to be function. Move up CB. On click. Pops dots. Move up CB. Pops dots index. Yeah. I think that should. I'm kind of thinking we are going to get some errors, but let's check. Let's see. I'm trying to move this it to cook. Nothing's happening. Okay, we forgot to set the task. Set state task. Then this current task. Yeah. Yes, as you can see, it is working just smoothly. Yeah. And when I moved it up, the this arrow up got removed. Now let's undo this move task down. It's just going to be the same way. It's just going to work the same way. Then instead of -1, this is going to be +1. Then yeah, I'm just going to clone this. Then that's going to be moved down. Pops dots, move down CB, then pops dots index. That's going to work out of the box, except yeah, we forgot to add this, and let's check it out. Yeah, and I'm just going to, if I click, okay, let's move another item. Let me move this down. Let's move code. Clean room. Let's move clean room. As you can see, it's moved down, moved and moved. And when it reached there, the arrow down got removed. Yeah, and that is that. Now the next thing is now we can rearrange items, edit item, then remove item also, and we can, let's remove this code. As you can see, it got removed, and if you refresh, the code is gone. Yeah. I'm just going to, let's move this back up. Work out, clean the room. No, break can't be there. Break. Then, yeah. No, we can't eat first in the morning. We are going to work out first. Then we can't eat before cooking. Now, yeah, that makes sense. Now let's go on to the next thing, which is going to be the child window. Now that is now going to take us to preload.ts. Now, as I've explained before, this preload.ts is going to serve as the like the channel in which the renderer process is going to use to communicate with the main process and vice versa. And the main process can also, like, independently, without the renderer process requesting anything from the main process, the main process can send events to the renderer process, and the renderer process can then listen to that event from the main process. We are going to be seeing it. We are going to be communicating from the renderer process to the main process, and from the main process to the renderer process. Yeah. Now, to communicate, we are going to be using something such as the IPC, which is the interprocess communicator, or communication, or communicator, or whatever. Yeah. And that is what we are going to be using. And yeah, let's create an object here. We are going to call it renderer. Then that's going to be an object. Then now, open child window, data, the T task. Now, we are going to be before proceeding, let's import the IPC renderer from Electron. Import IPC renderer, which is the one that we are going to be using to communicate from the renderer process, and we are going to be using it to also listen to events from the main process. Now, this IPC renderer has a couple of methods that you can use to handle events. To send events, you can use either send sync, emit. This emit is just like emitting events. If you are listening to an event here, maybe you said IPC renderer on whatever, you can use emit to trigger this event here. Like, let's complete this. Like this event, you can use emit to trigger that event from here. Then you are going to trigger this event here. That is what this emit does. Now, back to what I was saying. Now, the send is used to send a one-way event that you are not in which you are not expecting any response from the server. From the main process. If you're expecting any response from the main process, you are going to use invoke, and in which this invoke is a promise. Yeah. Now, first of all, let's use the send, because we are not expecting any event from the server here. Open child window. Yeah. And we are going to be sending data. Now, you can send any data to the main process. You can only send primitive data types such as string, array, objects, number, boolean, and I think that's all primitive data types. And you can send non-primitive data types, or I hope I'm not saying nonsense, such as class, functions, instance of a class, or something like that. You can send that to IPC renderer to the main process. Yeah. Now we are sending data, which is an object. Then to send the data, we are just going to pass it as a second argument here. Now the next thing is, this thing is not just going to automatically start working. Now let me remove this. It's not just going to be automatically start working. We need to expose it to the window object through context bridge, which is also imported from Electron. Then context bridge dot expose. Then we are now going to expose it in main world. It has three methods, which is, the first one is execute in main world, expose in isolated world, and expose in main world, in which we are only going to be using and talking about this expose in main world. Now it has, as you can see here, it has API key and API. Actually, it's not an actual API key. It's just this whatever you want to, like this Electron. We are passing Electron. Then the second argument is going to be this object that we declare here. Now this Electron is going to be what we are going to be calling, like window dot Electron. You'll be able to access these methods inside this object through window.electron, or whatever value you set here. You set this value, then it's going to be window dot blah blah blah. Yeah, so that is the function of this. Yeah, so it is going to expose this object with this key in the window, in the global window object. Now as you can see here already, that this thing is already, the TypeScript is already telling us that the Electron does not exist on type window and type of global disk, yeah. Now to make that be available in window object, so that we'll be able to call this electron here just this way, then we are going to declare a type and add it to global type, export type t render. Then that's going to be type of render. Now we are going to create a new file called global.d.cs. Now inside the global, we are going to declare global. Then we are now going to add interface window. Then we are now going to add the Electron. Then we are now going to set it to the object, to the renderer object. Export type t renderer global.d.cs. Yeah, and that is all for that. Now then, as we've done this preload, now we've sent an event to the main process. Now let's go to the main process, which is this index.ts. Then now let's undo that. Now to work with IPC in the main process, we are going to be using the IPC main, which handles the IPC, the interprocess communication in the main process. We are going to be using it, IPC main dot. Now it also has a couple of methods. The on is for listening to events that was sent using the dot send method. Dot undo is for, and it is a one way event. Then dot undo is for handling event that was sent using the dot invoke from the renderer process. Then dot emit here too does the same thing I explained. The same thing I explained here when I was explaining the dot emit here too does the same thing here. Now because we use dot send, we are going to be using on. If we use undo to listen to the event that we sent with dot on, we are going to get an error that that event was not, no no listener for that event. Yeah, so you have to use the appropriate method for each type of event that was sent. Dot on. Then we are now going to be taking two parameters, in which the first is now going to be the event which we are not using, then the data. Then now what we want to do now is now going to take us to the next thing, which is going to be creating a new window. It's going to be entirely new window, and it's going to be independent of this main window. Now because of what we want to do, let's make this a global variable, browser window, then main window. Yeah, that is that. Then now let's copy this, then let's come to this place, then that's now going to be const child window, then new browser window. Yeah, that is going to be just the same thing. Then this browser window is going to be smaller. It's going to be more smaller than the main window. Then now this is not going to start automatically working like this. We still need to do some configurations here. Now in the forge.config.ts, there's this section here. We are not going to be talking about these other aspects. This one is for bundling. When you are building your app for production, this is the maker sqls for Linux. Then I think the maker sql is for Windows. Then maker zip is for Mac. Then I don't know about all these ones, but that's what don't let us waste time on those ones. Now check this entry points aspect. That is where we are going to configure our child window. Now because we are using Webpack, and because ElectronForge has pre-configured for Webpack, now we are going to do this configuration, and I will also create a new file called child window, or I'm just going to call it child process or child proc for. Now you can share any files here, like we are going to be sharing the index.html. I'm not going to be creating another index.html inside this child process. Then you can also share the renderer and the preload.ts, but I just want to like make them unique. So I'm just going to be copying both, then pasting them here. Yeah. Then now we also need an app.tsx, which is going to contain the same thing as this. Then we also need main component .tsx. Yeah, this is the child window. Yeah, and that is that. Then inside the Yeah, okay, I'm just going to do this and it's going to automatically resolve it. Main component. Yeah, that is that. Then now we don't need this here, and let's just now we can just leave this here. We can just leave this here, and I'm going to call this child renderer, and then we are also going to add this child renderer so that it's also going to be available in the window object, in the global window object. I'm going to add it here, and yeah. Then next is, let's fix this app.csx. Then we are also going to be sharing the index.css, so I'm going to be using the index.css in the src directory, which is this. Yeah, and that is all for the app components. Then now one thing that remains is, let's go back to this place, and the JS, let's specify the one in the child process. Child process. Then this is now going to be child window. Now, if you notice that I just changed this from main window to child window, and notice something. Notice this pattern, that there is main window here as the name of this entry point, main window, and there's this one too that is also that is child window. Now let's go to the index.ts. Then now also notice this thing, this prefix, this main window prefix here before this webpack entry, and then this also before this preload webpack entry. They are an automatic constant for webpack. Now, and those constants are they are used internally by webpack. So webpack automatically sets this the values to this, like the computed value to this is not really computed, but it's just the resolved values. Then it set it to this like when it is compiling. Yeah. Then now because we also created the child window, we are also going to now change this to from main. Let's duplicate this for our child window. If you create another window separate from the child window, again you are also going to do the same step that I did here. You can create any number of window process, any number of different type of window processes, and all you just have to do is just be setting the name, and the name is going to be the prefix here. The name that is here, this name that I set here, I can set it to anything, and I'm just going to make sure whatever I set here is going to be the prefix in capital letter. That is going to be here and here. Yeah. Now let's replace something here. Webpack entry. No, preload webpack entry. Preload webpack entry. Then next is we are going to load URL. If you are not familiar, if you don't know what this load URL does, you can watch my Electron JS tutorial on like the my Electron JS tutorial for beginners, where I showed how to use this load URL. Yeah. Then instead of using the main window webpack entry, we are going to be using our child window webpack entry. Yeah, that is that. Now we are also going to be doing the same thing, which is going to be show false, then frame false also. Then now as we did here, ready to show. Then now this main window, this is the reason why I made this main window a global variable, because we are going to be hiding the main window. If we show the child window, we are going to be hiding the main window. And if the child window has been closed, the main window is going to open, and vice versa. Yep. And this is now going to be child window dot open, no, dot show, sorry, dot show. I think this is all for this. Then there's also something we also need to do, is we need to send an event with this data to the process of the child window, to this preload.ts of the child window. And as I've said before, we can listen to any event that is coming from the main process using the IPC in the preload.ts. Then tasks data, let's just call it like that. Then this is going to be event, then data, then let's log it. First of all, let's log it. Data, though it's not going to be send dot on. Yeah. Yep. Now let's go back to index.ts. Then now to send events to the child process of this child window, we can do it in different ways. We can use the main, the IPC, we can use IPC main to send, and we can also use this event dot sender. And now this event dot sender is going to send the event to the main process, to the main window, which we just hide here. And we don't want to do that, because this context is the main window context. This event dot sender is the main window, is this main window context here. Yeah. Now we are now going to be using the child window to send events. Child window dot web content dot send, then the event that we want to send, and that's going to be sorry send this, then just passing the data that we want to send, and that's all. Then because this is waiting for, because we are waiting for the window to, like, we are waiting for the ready to show event. The ready to show event is the same thing as the windows, like this or document dot already state change. Yeah, is equal to this document dot already state change when the already state change is equal to ready. That is the same thing as this, or document dot already. If there's an event like that, yeah, that's is equal to this. And then we are now going to send this, and then we are going to catch it here. Yeah, let's just check it out. And because we edited the main process, we need to reload our app. Now the app has been opened. Now next thing is let's implement a button that is going to trigger this reload, this open child window event. Then let's go back to no, not shared components. Let's create, in this place, let's create a div here. Let's create a div. Let's set this to flex, then flex go. And this is now going to be flex 1. Let's remove this color. Then let's set this, let's move this overflow auto to this place. Then yeah, flex 1. Then now you can now add a button here, which is going to be let's copy the button from here. Button, let's copy button secondary, or just button accent. Start. Yeah. Then let's check that out. Yeah, as you can see, this is the button. Let's see the effects. Let's see the effect, and let's add one more task. Break code, and that's going to be 7. No, let's set it to 4 hours. Yeah, it's not working. Let's debug that. Flex go, flex 1. Okay, let's move this. Calc 100% minus 40 pixel. And let me remove this flex 1. Just height. Let's set pg red 600. Then let's comment out everything here. Yeah, it is working as it is supposed to be working. Now yeah, cool. It is working. Let me remove this or the background color, and that's that. Then kind of thing, I don't like this color here. I don't like this color. Let's change it. Let's change it to neutral. BTN soft. And all you just need to do is just remove this. And that's all. Yeah, cool. Yeah, nice. Nice. Then if the task memo app dot length, if it is 0, then it's going to be disabled. Then on click, and that's now going to be then what we just implemented, window dot electron. As you can see, the electron has been added to the window object dot open child window. Then now we're not going to pass in the data, which is going to be tasks. We're not passing task memo, we're passing tasks. Yeah, this is going to be an array of tasks. Yeah, that is that. Now let's test it out. And because we edited the font and we don't need to reload the whole app, let's test what we just did out. Start. Yeah, as you can see, the window object got opened. This is the window object, and the parent object just got closed. It just closed. The parent object has been closed. Now the same thing as what we did here, we are just going to just copy this, then replace it here. Let's add this seed React. Yeah. Then div, 2 divs, in which this is going to be I'm seeing something is really happening here. Something is happening. Let's first of all check the when the forge.config, then child process, render.ts, below.ts, then main window app.csx, below.ts. Yeah, then what's happened? Okay, let's check this place. Nothing really happened there. Nothing really happened. Let's go back to the main.ts. Oh, main window dot on ready to show. Oh, it's supposed to be child window instead of main window. Sorry, it's supposed to be child window instead of main window. And then instead of reloading the app, there's something I still need to add. Now, when we close the child window, I've not implemented close for the main window. I'm going to implement the close for the main window. But now, child window dot on close. When the child window closes, we are just going to call main window dot show. Main window dot show, and the main window is going to show back, and that is all for that. Now before we move on, let's implement close app for the main window. We are not going to be sending any data. It's just going to be IPC render dot send close app. Then in the index.ts, look, IPC main dot on close app. That's going to be main window dot close. Yeah, that's that. Now let's start the app because we made changes to the main window. Yeah. Now, as you can see, when I restarted the app, all our tasks are still listed here. And then now let's click on start again. Yeah, as you can see, actually the main window has been closed. And this is the child window. Yeah. Then in the child window and also in the main window. Okay, let's implement the child window first. this is supposed to be flex, then justify center, items center. This should be the name of the app, taco. Then class name, or we can like text stone 600, no 500, or just 300. Then dark text stone 700. Yeah. Then now then we can actually log something here. Taco, it should be at the center. Should be at the center. No, this should be at the center. Yeah, taco. But the taco is too dark. Text stone 500. $400. Yeah, cool. Yeah, let's give this 100. Look, this should be 200 on dark mode, and this should be 800 on light mode. Yeah, perfect. Next is let's add a border to this one. We are just going to copy it from this place, and it's going to be like this. Let's just copy it that way. Let's remove some other stuff that are not needed. Yeah, let's remove this background color too. Let's log it for BG 600 KH 100 VH. Oh, because of this. Yeah, let's remove the background color. Then the width of this should be of this should be 200. Now we need some components from daisyUI, which are steps. We need these steps. we need the horizontal, or no, sorry, the vertical step. Let's just copy this and we are good to go. Yeah, cool. Yeah, nice. Then one more thing is text access. Yeah, that makes sense. Now, let us log something. The stuff that we got from this thing that we got from the data that we got here has been cleared when we reload, when the app was loaded. So we just need to okay, let's implement the close button. Then let's go to main dot, then on click. To close the window, we don't need to do much. We just need to do window dot close, and that's all. And it is going to close, and we are going to see something, the magic that I did in the main process. If I close it, it's going to open. Okay, now because of this effect here, let's go to the index.css. Because of this WebKit app region effect, it is overriding, the event is overriding all the child elements inside the container. Yeah, so I am going to be removing the event for this icon here. Let's go back to this place, then let's just get this by absolute dot header dot absolute, then WebKit app region. All you just need to do is just none, but just to be safe, let's set it to important too. Yeah, now if I click on it, it's going to work. This is going to override the default, like the parent event. The main window didn't show. Okay, let's just reload everything. Then now let's undo this button here. The main window here, then the X button. On click, we are just going to do it inline. That's going to be window dot electron dot close up. Yeah, let's test it out. Let's test it. Close. As you can see, the app was closed, and let's refresh the app because it is going to mess up some things. If the app was running in production, as I closed it, it's going to really close the app, but because it is running in development mode, it is not going to fire the all window closed events. Yeah, as you can see, it is waiting for the app to finish, like the app to be ready before actually showing the window, and that is actually cool and it's good. Yeah, and let's start the task. Let's start. Yeah, the main window has been hidden, and this is now the task. Let's name this taco task. Taco task. Trying to see something. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Yeah, nice. What I actually wanted to see has been cleared. Let's close the app again. Let's see that effect that we just did. If I close the app, the main window is supposed to show. Oh, this is where the issue is. I forgot to change this to child window.load URL. That is what is causing both issues. The issue of the main window.show and also the issue of this that is not sending data. It should work now. Yeah. I'm just going to close this, then yeah, as you can see, the data even showed in the console and in the terminal. Now let's check the console, and as you can see, this is the data that was sent. Now there's an issue now. The issue is in this preload.cs, we need to consume this data. That is, we need to use the data that we got from the index.cs and use it to update this this stuff here and also other stuffs here. But we actually can't access it here. We can't access it here in our component, in our React JS component. And Zustand also does not work in the in this preload.cs aspect in this preload.cs file. Now, how are we now going to use it in our React JS component? Then that is going to take us to the next thing, which is going to be let's create a function. Podcast event. The event is going to be used to broadcast window events, and we are going to be listening to the window events in our React JS application. And now we are going to create a custom event. Then we are going to be expecting the event name, and that's going to be string, then data, which is going to be any, then cost event, which is going to be new custom event, then event name, then the data is going. We are going to pass it to the detail property in this option that is here. Then we are now going to window dot dispatch event, then event, yeah, podcast events. Now we're now going to use this in our preload.cs. Then let's import it, podcast events. Then let's pass in the event data tasks. I don't know which other name to call it. Then let's pass in data. And now we're now going to listen to this event. Let's also shared functions. Okay, yep. Then that is going to broadcast a custom event. Then we need to listen to the event in the main components. Then we are going to do it inside React.use layout effects, because we need to work on the data before React paints the screen with the UI, so that the data we want to use on the UI is going to be ready before the UI finished painting. Yeah, then that's now going to be window dot add event listener, data tasks, then event. That's going to be event, and because this detail is not part of that event, detail the task. Yeah, then let's log it, the data task events in main, then evt, then evt dot detail. Yeah, cool. Then let's check that out. Let's check that out. Now if I close this, it's going to open the main window. The main window was not opened. The main window was not opened. Why? Okay. Child window dot on closed. Let's change this to let's restart the app again. Let's close this. Then let me clear the terminal so that we're going to be able to see this well. Then start. And now let's check the console, and you are going to see that the custom events got the data, like the main components, this EVT, and as you can see, the type of the EVT is custom events, and the data that we sent also, we got it, which is this data. Yeah. Now we can listen to this event anywhere, but because this is actually the entry point of our application, that is actually where the event is going to be listening. This is the best place to listen to the event. Then we can now save any data that we got in Zustand. Yeah. Then now let's check. Now let's use the data now. Now actually here we don't need Zustand here, so I'm just going to task set tasks. If we close the window, it's going to stop the whole stuff. It's going to stop the whole task event as React use state. Yeah. Then this T task. Yeah. Then this is an array. Then task set task evt dot detail. Yeah, that's perfect. Then yeah. Then now we need to look through the tasks, and because the tasks are static, we don't really need memo. We don't really need React.memo, or we don't need to memorize the arrays task, because that is going to be actually just useless to memorize the arrays task dot title. Then index id index dot to string. Yeah, cool. Then here flex justify center items center. Then div dots flex dots flex go. Yeah. Then now we need another stuff, which is going to be the countdown. Yeah. We need this countdown. Then I'm just going to add TS signal here. Then now we still need to add the counter. Const current duration set current duration React dots use state. Current duration Then this, we can just reduce this a bit to like to Excel. Then it's going to be inside a div. That is going to be flex, then SpaceX 2. Then let's duplicate it multiple times. Yeah. Then current, instead of current duration, it's going to be current minutes. Yeah, there's going to be current duration too. And there's going to be current minutes. Yeah. Then this is now going to be this is going to be hour. Current hour. Current min. Current second. Yeah. And that is all for that. Then that is not all. We still need to create something here, which is now going to be the title of the current, let's say workout. Text center. Texts for Excel. Font bold. Then there needs to be a span here. Then another span here, which is now going to be displaying current time. Type of friendly time. Which is going to be an object. Now this is going to be friendly time task dot duration dot r. Okay, I can just do it this way. let's check out what we've done so far. MB2. What is happening? Step primary. Index dot to string. What is happening? Oh, okay, no data. The data has been cleared. Yeah, as you can see, the main window opened automatically when I closed that child window. Let's open it again. As you can see, it is still opening. Yeah, and let's do some. This should be text. See to Excel. Then justify center. Okay, this should be just text Excel. Then this should be texts for Excel. Yeah, cool. Then I can also like add semicolon between them. Yeah, cool. Then this workout, you can give it text violet 600. This is dark mode. On dark mode, then on light mode, is going to be texts violet 700 or 600. That's on light mode. Yeah, cool. Then I just need a random data so that we can properly design this. Now let me close, then open it back, and that is going to be what we are going to use, what we are going to copy. Yeah, copy object. Nice. Then set task. Yeah, cool. Then we don't need that anymore. Next is current item. Current item. No, current task. Set current task. Set current task. Go to React dot use callback. Use callback. Then that is going to set current task, which is going to be -1. Current task. Then so tasks. Set current task. Current task +1. Const undo watch task. Then React dot use callback. React dot use callback. Undo watch time, watch task, current task, current task. Then const watch interval ref. React dot use ref. Any. Set interval. Then I'm not going to be like the current duration. Set current duration. Okay, instead of this, I'm just going to pass in the task. Okay, I can also watch current task index. Oh. Task dot title equal to current task dot title. Current type equal to undefined. If it is undefined, then 0, else current task index. Then set current duration, current task dot duration. Then current type, set current type, current task dot duration. Friendly time. I'm just going to set it to any. Then yeah, cool. Yeah, next. Then set current hour. That's not going to be const time equal to current task is equal to this. Set current r dots r. No, this is wrong. Yeah, I need to create a ref to monitor current duration ref. Current duration ref. This is going to be number. Current task dots duration, then minus, then const time equal to friendly time. Yeah, then set r current r, set current r time dot r, then set current minutes. Yeah, then current time. Yeah, I'm not going to use current time here. I'm going to create another div here with something like current time dot r plus us current time dots minutes plus minutes current time dot second plus second. Texts excess, then texts violet or text purple, $400 dark, then texts purple 600. Yeah, cool. margin bottom 4. If no error occurred, then everything should work. Current time is null. Then that's going to be div. And current task. Current task is not equal to undefined. Current time is not equal to undefined. Yeah, the current time cannot be like this. No, it's going to be current minutes, current hour, and current whatever. Current minutes. Current hour. And this is then one more thing is let's make this the class name. And let's check that out. Yeah, nice, 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 nice. One more thing is this. Now, normally I'm going to call this function inside immediately after receiving the event here. But let's just call this there just for test. '53 current task dot duration. Current task is undefined. Yep. Task. It should work now. Yeah, this works. But current task, set current task. Yeah, I'm just going to pass it in this way. Okay. I finally got it to work. I actually did a lot of stuff, a lot of try and errors, and I I f- I, I noticed that first of all, here I need to be removing 1000 instead of 1, because from the main component here I multiplied I converted the time to milliseconds, so the time is in all the time are in milliseconds. So I need to be removing 1000 milliseconds, which is 1 second, on every iteration. And then in the friendly time, I need to also divide this by the 3600. Then I also need to divide this also by 1000. Like I need to do this way and divide it by, and multiply it by 1000 and multiply it by 1000. Then this also, like, yeah. And I think next thing now is going to be, let's make sure we move. There's one thing we need to move. Okay, this is what we need to move. Okay, let's set h calc, or let's just set overflow hidden. Let's set it here to overflow hidden, so that it's not going to automatically yeah, it is now at the center. Everything is now at the center. And next is let's work on this part. And yeah, first of all, we are going to get the current task. If current task is not equal to undefined, then now we need to check step primary. Let's convert this to JavaScript. Then JavaScript. Then step primary. Task dot title dot task title equal to current task dot title, and task dot title duration equal to current task dot duration. Then that is when I want to no. Let's use find instead. Tasks dot find index. is greater than or equal to, no, is less than or equal to index if or the current task current task if the current task or the index of the current task is greater than or equal to the current current item index, then that is when it's going to give it this step primary. No, it's greater than or equal to index. Yeah, that is that. Then now let's do the animation. By default, the first item is going to be at the center of the window. Now let's do that. Go to document dots body dots get bounding criteria, then const I also need the bounding criteria of this container steps vertical. Okay, document dot query selector. Instead of document or query selector, the best way to get this kind of elements is by using ref, but let's just do it that way. Then const current task ref, then that's not going to be document rect dot query selector and plus current task. No, this should be inside a function. Const move steps animate steps React dot use cover. Yeah, that's not going to be step current task. It's going to be T task current task point dot duration. The current task index. current task index. Yeah. Then dot get bounding client select. Yeah. Then now I need to like get the position of the parents relative to the window, then use that to set the top of the to translate the parent up. Const move up. And that's now going to be current task rect dot top minus, that's the distance between the half of the height of the window and the displaced distance of the current task, and the difference between the displaced distance of the current element of the current item and the middle of the and the mid and the half of the window. Yeah, that's going to be current task rect dot top minus win rect dot height. And also plus the half of the height of the current element. Yeah, then steps vertical dot animate now transform translate y. That's going to be okay. Let's turn this to JavaScript. Move up. move up pixel. Yeah. Then now let's add some options, which is now going to be duration. Then that's going to be 1 second. Then easing, yeah, easing, that's going to be easing. Yeah. Then now after animating, it is going to go back to the it's going to go back to the initial position of the step vertical container. Now to make it permanent, we are just going to set timeout 1 second, or just now this second, so that it's not going to display some wiggling on the screen. Step vertical dot style dot transform. That's going to be translate y, just the same thing. Yeah. And then let's change this to as HTML elements. Yeah. Animate step. Now if current task is undefined, then it's going to be 0. The index is going to be 0. Yeah. Now we need to do other things here too. If current task equal to undefined, I don't want to run this set timeout, so I'm just going to return from here. No. If current task is not equal to undefined, that's when I only want to show this. Yeah, that's when I only want to display this. Else it's just going to quickly do this. Let me even move it to that place. Else, yeah, this is not going to add any animation, and it is good for it is good for when we are setting the initial value, which is now going to be just 0. Yeah, let's set undefined to this. Let's set this to undefined. Yeah. Then on the watch tasks, animate steps. Then here we are just going to animate steps, then task. Then next, if this is 0, if this is 0, then I want to clear timeout. No, clear interval. Then set current task. Set current task, which is now going to go to the next one. Then move. This is now going to move the next task to the middle of the screen. Now let's try that out. Let's check it out. It's not a valid selector. Okay, nice. Let's just do something like ID 0. ID 0. Yeah. Let's check it out again. Okay, what really happened was that actually the code is actually working well, but it just needs some adjustment. And what's actually just happened is that I supposed to wait for some things to finish before calling of this animate step, and that is why I wrapped it inside set timeout and I set it to 0. This is going to wait for any other processing like function calls, mapping and other stuffs, and after all those things has completed, then it's now going to call this, and that is how I got it working. And actually I changed, well, let me just change it back to ID, to using ID dash. Yeah, cool. Then this one too, we need to like okay, I'm not going to be calling it here. I'm not going to be calling it here. Let's do another thing. This is going to be then that's going to be steps, just like this, steps vertical dot move up. That's going to be win rect divided by 2, then plus the header, because the winrect is just going to calculate from this top then to the middle, and I'm also considering this, so I want to move down like from here to here, then that's going to be like 30 pixel. Winrect dot height divided by 2, then plus 30 pixel plus 30. Then now I need something to track that initial move down. Then move down dot current equal to just this value. Then this, I don't want to use set timeout because I don't want to waste time. Then now this is now going to like we are going to remove this from this computation here. Then after that, then we are just going to set it to 0. Yeah, I actually don't know the best way to explain what I did here, but let's check it out. You see that when the page first loads, it's going to move this container, this steps container is going to move it down to the middle of the screen, so that the first item is going to be at the middle of the screen. Then later on, I think, okay, now current task index, I only want to call this after when the current task index is greater than 1, is greater than 0. Yeah, then when the current task index is greater than 0, then it's now going to call animate step. Then after calling animate step, then it's now going to do all these things. Then I am not expecting the current task at this point. I'm not expecting current task to be undefined again. So I'm just going to move this out of this obsolete if statement, and also I'm going to remove it from here too. Yeah, and I think let's just test it out. Yeah, as you can see, it moved it to the center of the screen. This is the height of the screen, and it has moved to the center of the screen like this. It has moved to the center of the screen, and to make, let's just try to make this this workout, all this stuff, let us try to make them shorter, like maybe 1 minute or 30 seconds. Let's do that. And next thing, I want to do, what I want to do next. Okay, I want to correct this stuff here. So is instead of this hours, let me convert it to then dot part start. Then let's pad it at the start. Instead of minutes, we are just going to display this dot to string dot part start. This is better. Now let's start everything from scratch. Not every. We also need to make this window. Like currently, if I click on VS Code now, this window is below VS Code, and I need it to be above any window. It should be above any window, so that we are going to be able to easily track our time. And to do that, let's go to the index.ts and set this property which is always on top. Then let's set it to true. This is going to make the window always on top of other windows. Then it seems that's all. Then let's reduce the height to 300 pixel. Now let's restart the whole app. Yeah, now I think let's add a clear all button. Let's remove this. Let's add a clear all button to this beside this. Okay, I need to copy something from here. Yeah, something like this. Then no, not something like this, just that div that I just copied. And yeah, that is all. Let's check it. Yeah, then yeah, yeah, cool. This is not taco task. This is going to be taco, the real app. Though I actually don't have an idea of the name that I'm naming this app. Now let's add a clear all button here. Let's add a clear all button beside this button here. But let's just duplicate it that way. Okay, then this is going to be flex. Then also this is instead of width 100, then btn. Let's check out some styles. Let's add btn secondary. Then this is now going to be just like clear. Yeah, this is what I need. Yep, let's check that out. Okay, instead of with 100%, let it be flex 1. Yeah, perfect. Now this is going to be declare all, and let me add a title to it. Title clear all. Should also be disabled. Okay, yeah, it's going to be disabled. Now on click undo clear all. Just set state. It's just as simple as setting the state, calling set state, then just passing in an empty array, and that's all. Yeah. Now before clearing all, let's add confirm, which is now going to be are you sure you want to clear all tasks? Yeah. I'll just slap this inside that. Then let's check that out. Waiting for it to reload. Yeah. Let's click. Are you sure you want to clear all tasks? Yeah, as you can see, it has cleared all the tasks. Now work out. Let's give that like just 10 seconds. Yeah, then cook. Let's give that 5 seconds. Then wait, let's give that 5 seconds too, and let's move play up. First of all, play, workout, cook, then it's let's give it 5 seconds too. Then code, let's give that 5 seconds too. Then break, that should be 3 seconds. Yeah, and I think let's test that out. Yeah, there's really an error in that. That is an error. This is an error. This is an error. As you can see, this window is now on top. The window is now on top. Yeah, let's fix this. This is supposed to be document.body.client-heights. Let's check out. Let's try because this is too far below the midpoint. Okay, I'm going to create a task ref. Sorry, I'm going to create a task ref, and that task ref is going to be what we are going to be using inside all those functions. And dot current, that's going to be evt dot detail. And now instead of tasks, we are going to be using this. Yeah, then tasks is going to work within the component here. Yeah, yeah, nice. Yeah, as you can see, it is working. Yeah, now the thing is, it's not moving to the next one. It's not moving to the next one. Let's check that out. If okay, undo set current task, and that's now going to be current task if it is equal to undefined, then else dot find current task dot duration. Okay, current task index dot find index plus 1. Then let me check if that is all. If current task index equal to tasks ref dot current dot length minus 1, then return. Then we're now going to be playing a sound, which is going to be like the final sound, like the triumphant sound. Yeah. Let's say no, if it is greater than or equal to, let's just set greater than or equal to the length, just return. Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's not a valid selector. Okay, let's change from selecting like that to using a normal query selector. Yeah, it's actually not valid because of this. Yeah, this is valid now. Yeah, let's try it again. Yeah, it's actually working, but it is not working as expected. It's not working as expected. Then the current task, let me use that to set this current task dot title. Capitalize. Then this should be text center. Then let's check why that is not working well. Okay, this should be negative. Yeah. Yeah, as you can see, it is changing. It's changing, but that this stuff is not working well. Okay, I finally found a way to just make it work better. And actually, I did this thing before I started the tutorial, and it worked well. Like the this particular break section, like this last section is was at, like, it would move this last section to the center of the screen, but I think this is just wasting my time, so I'm just going to leave it like this. Actually, what I did was I got the top from the current elements, like from the current element top. Then I like, oh sorry, from the current element DOM rect. Then I added the containers offset top. Then I removed this from the Windows, the half of the Windows height. This could be the cause of the issue, but I'm not really sure. Then I added the height of the container, which is like the current element, the height of the container. Then I removed this move down ref that is here. Like on the next, like on the second call, of this animate step, it is going to remove it's going to remove this first this initial translate value from the computed value. Yeah, then I think let me just move this is from here inside the A. Yeah, then I think, well, that is that for that. I was thinking of adding a pause and play, but this is a productivity app. I think adding a pause and play is going to be better. Yeah, that's going to be better. To add a pause and play is just going to be like handle watch task or task. Okay, let's implement pause and play. I'm just going to add a button here, which is going to be div, then yeah, then const post set post react dot useState. If it is post, then show play, else then undo pause const undo pause task, and that's going to be react dot use callback. If it is false, then if it is post, then I want to play pause, then here else I want to play set post, state, then if not state, then I want to pause, and that's going to be let timeout, then else, then I'm not going to just and do watch task. Current task dot current. Then if skipping it, then it's just going to skip the initialization here. Then that's it. Then now let's do the audio. If a task is finished, then let's play an audio, or let's import two audios from the asset folder. The first one, sorry, import sound from sound dot wave at CS signal. Then dot mp3. Yeah, and then next thing is going to be sound. Next thing is going to be playing of sound here. Then that's going to be const audio go to new audio, then pass in the sound, then audio dot I've forgotten. Audio dot play. Yeah, then after everything has been finished, after all the tasks are finished, then it's now going to play the second sound. Yeah, then let's run the app. Yeah, let's start. Yeah, let's fix what is there. And as you can see, the sound is actually playing. This one is 10 seconds. Okay, it's because of this skipping it. And let me return all these things back. Yeah, so if not skipping it, that is, if skipping it is false, but if it is true, it's going to skip it. Yeah, Seems that's the issue. Yeah, you see it has paused, and we can also play continue. Then one more thing is yeah, I want it to skip in it. So this is not going to be reset. Then we can pause and then continue. Yep, as you can see, it continues from that point. But it seems this sound is too sharp, but it still makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense. It 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 makes sense. Yeah. We've come to the end of the tutorial. Actually, I did not implement this custom menu, the custom menu, and also context menu. But if you want to know how those things work, you can check my other tutorials where I implemented context menu. The context menu is like when you right click on any element, like for example in VS Code, if I right click this this native dialog that pops up is called context menu, while this at the top here is called the menu. Yeah, that is all, and this is the end of the tutorial. If you like this tutorial, please give it a thumb up. If you don't like it, let me know what I can do to improve my tutorials. Yeah. If you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel, please subscribe. It motivates me to do more tutorials like this. And as I've said, if there's anything you don't like about my tutorial, please let me know in the comment section. I appreciate feedbacks and I'm going to work on them. And trust me, I'm going to work on them. And yeah, all the the lesson files of this tutorial are going to be available in the description. The link to the lesson files of this tutorial are going to be available in the description of this tutorial on my GitHub repository. And yeah, and that is all, and see you in the next tutorial. Thank you.